Hey, Weißer Cereal, what's up, man? Yeah, good morning, guys. Very good morning. Like always, I'm the Avenger. The Avenger of the Sleepless, the Avenger of the Americans. Whoever wants to take refuge here is very welcome. So, we are still on our challenge, and that probably won't change for a year. And that is the beautiful 50 watcher runs. And I have to say, I'm very happy about it. Why? Because it will mean a lot of fun and a lot of future fun. The Watcher is a character which I personally find so freaking versatile. And that's probably mostly due to the high amount of boss swaps you will usually encounter if you play that character. As a matter of fact, in the Ironclad you never boss swap. On the Silent as well. And on the Defect? As well, right? On the Defect you also don't boss swap, I guess. Or what was it? Or did we? No. Yes. Oh, actually we boss swap. Well, actually the Defect also boss swaps. No? What did we say? 160 or what? Oh, okay, the Defect also boss swaps. What a beautiful character that Defect is. When did we even have the 16? Was it here? Yeah, we actually had 2 streaks on the Defect, right? Yeah. We started to play him, then we streaked 1 time. And then here we streaked another time. Ah no, here. Ha. What a good time to be alive. So, Defect I like to boss swap somewhat often. Yeah, because the starting relic sucks. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe that also explains why we had so much fun on the Defect the last time. Yeah, it's just so freaking versatile. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Okay, so, what do I want to do? I remember. Why so serious is interestingly, Xegna has refused Defect boss swaps for the first 200 of his sample. Very interesting. Very interesting. And he also resulted in a roughly similar win rate. What is Xegna's win rate on the Defect currently? From what I've seen, like around 70-ish or whatever. Does anybody know? I don't follow it so much. What I'm getting is that Xegna performed highest levels on the Silent and on the Ironclad. And like on the Silent, of course, we don't play the Silent, so a much higher win rate than ours. And on the Ironclad, roughly the same, I would argue, maybe a little bit higher. I mean, as a matter of fact, it was even higher. So, what I'm getting at is, if we are around 75 to 80 on the Defect, he should have that same as well. And, like, obviously, right? I mean, somebody is not, like, insanely good on one character and then sucks at the other character. So that might be one explanation, for example. Yeah. So, why so he was skipping to fully learn the cards before looking at them? I think not because he thought they were bad. You mean the boss swap, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, basically this. I'm just saying it could also be just... Actually, we analyzed it, right? I mean, if I remember now, we analyzed it and we realized if you boss swap and you boss swap into a tiny house... No, the Defect... What is the Defect starting relic? Fortunately, I have this library. Wait. Relic collection. At the start of each combat channel, 1 lightning. Yeah, well, that sucks. And the worst thing is that the upgraded extra relic of the defect sucks even harder. So the interior has to be the bottommost swap. You know, absolutely. But I'm just saying, like, what I'm getting at is that we analyzed it and we realized, okay, I mean, we are talking about like only bad options, yeah. So we actually said, as you all are aware of, the choices from the Neo, which is very, very nice, have like a huge gap in payout. So there are these options which are around 180 gold, 170, 180 goldish. And there are the ones which are just like 100 gold, 110. And that stems from the fact that one of the Neo rewards is basically a big better than all the others, which is like getting a common relic without a downside. And the other thing is that one of the downsides is very, very low in Ascension 20, which is like lose max HP. So if you get any of those, then you will look at like a very, very juicy non-boss swap, right? And if you do not have those, then you're looking at the very, very juicy boss swap. So I think like kind of there are these thresholds, the two thresholds, which are like 180 gold, 100 gold. And on the Watcher, we know that the boss swap is so insanely mighty out of a lot of reasons, one including the crappy starting relic, that it's very close to even the best Neo choices. On the other hand, we have like Ironclad with a freakingly amazing starting relic, which basically means that boss swap will never be an option because the starting relic of the Ironclad is so completely busted. Also busted in a way in comparison to the other starting relics, that is, which is like the Burning Blood, of course. And then, but for the other characters, you know, Silent doesn't need the energy and Silent can cheat energy. So there's also something to that. But on the defect, again, if this swap is like between the value of 100 and 180, you will see yourself basically boss swapping this half of the time, or actually 60%, 65% of the time. And we probably encounter this very effect on the defect. And I also have to say, I don't even think it's close. Like, in order to justify not boss swapping, it means that you're believing that the boss swap carrying below 100 gold of value, which is not realistic in my view. Simply because even if you swap into something like a tiny house, which the defect can use, but putting that aside, we realize that's already like 100 gold of swap value. And that's not even mentioning that you get better boss relics afterwards. So I think it's very clear, honestly. But, why so Siri, they actually checked it. 70% on the first sample and 66% halfway now. Okay, interesting. So probably around 70%. That sounds about right. Yeah? I think part of it might stem from the swapping thing. I had the feeling that it actually makes kind of a decent delta, given that you might, you know, if you don't do it, you might like lose 30, 40 gold. But the problem with the defect is like it counts a lot, because you need, first of all, you need each bit of strength you can gather. Yeah, it basically snowballs from there. Yeah. For a streak of low roll boss swaps. Yeah, that's the wrong way to look at it. Why so serial? Like it's only about maxing out a certain percentage of a run, and low rolls are included in that. So you can just happily forget about the low rolls. It doesn't make any sense. It's kind of the argument, okay, you shouldn't take any risks. It's not that we want to take risks during any kind of run. It's just we would always and only take the risk if it actually does increase the win rate altogether from the run. So, for example, taking a risk of ruin of 5%, we would only do that if it actually increases also the win rate of the run afterwards, right? So, yeah, this. Naja, okay. So, okay. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Xegna would at some point start to boss swap more often, that he will just stick to that. Because, yeah, I think it's quite realistically better, and once you do it, it's not to be overlooked. That's my point, basically. So, this. No, we are talking defect at the moment. Yeah, we are talking defect at the moment. Okay, so, okay. Oh, is this new? Good. Now, I just checked something in the internet. I will go to some forced auction later. And yeah. Actually, today is not the forced auction. Today is like the visiting appointment for the forced auction. I'm currently doing more of these forced auctions because of the... Is anybody interested in that? I don't know. So I just tell you like what I'm doing at the moment next to my amazing family life, which I absolutely ultimately enjoy a lot, and also like streaming Spire. So as you, or some of you might be aware that the interest rates are going up, and that's like historically unique. That's historically a unique situation, which I personally don't find that difficult to interpret. So what I'm talking about is like a very long duration of a 0% interest rate train of like more than 5 years or whatever, and that resulted in people going haywire with taking a lot of loans, variable loans, where you basically think, oh, you're so ultimately clever because you can take like a loan for 2%, maybe even 1% interest rate, and buy yourself something completely overpriced real estate. And that resulted in a freakingly first of all, overpricing in real estate, but second of all, also overbuilding of real estate, even like some of them being like vacant. Ultimately, it was also always clear that once the interest rates do increase, that many people won't be able to actually fulfill their variable loans. You know the usual story that the argumentation was even, hey, it's cheaper to take a loan than to rent. We were discussing that in the past years. I was advising you absolutely not to take any kind of loan for this overpriced thing, because like it's a direct pathway to hell. In a financial way, it's like financial suicide if you do not have abundant money. And that's basically exactly what's happening right now. So interest rates go up. All those guys who thought they are so clever by taking like a big loan because it's like cheaper than rent. Now real estate do devalue. They cannot fulfill their loan, but they will also go directly into forced auctions because the real estate value decreased, which means they cannot cover the loan because of that. So once they cannot pay the first rate, they are just going directly into forced auction. Since money is now not cheap any longer, it means that nobody is buying those properties. So you will see a lot of properties in forced auction, and more than money can afford, or at least the current money, which is like floating around through the economical action space. And that means it's good for them who have the ability to buy real estate now, which I'm very fortunate to be in this situation. Also because I planned for it, but sure. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm currently doing. I'm doing it also in a way, I mean, I find it actually also sometimes a little bit sad. So, you know, like somebody buys a real estate, maybe even some people for their family, not having like this financial intelligence, and then now they need to like leave their property. And how I usually do it, like if I buy some property and the family lives in there, I talk with them and very often also just find a solution, even if that results in like a real, like even if this results in a rent which is below market price. You know, kind of my philanthropic contribution, if you want to say so. I was also thinking about this a lot, like, okay, what should I do? Should I donate? Should I donate a lot, or how's that going? I talked a lot with close friends of mine who did those things, and it didn't really hit me as something. Okay, long story short, it was kind of, unfortunately, also a lot of bad experiences where it seems not to be as easy as just donating money and then, you know, you can impact things also very often. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, it wasn't even that thankful. Or I give you one example, so to make it clear, like one friend of mine, he kind of donated 200,000. Also, he basically went to Africa and I think it was Somalia, where he funded a school for like, and then gave 100k, and then again 100k, and he thought, okay, that will be like probably covering the school for 20 years, but apparently through corruption, a very very small amount actually got put into the school, like maybe burning 80%, 90%, whatever. But at the same time also, like, people are not really thankful about it, but rather like see him as the cash cow. So I was reflecting on that and thought maybe that's not the good way for me. And also just from it's honestly a personal preference. But my personal preference is that I actually interact with people I do favors for. It's really just a personal thing. I might have a bigger impact by just donating to some organization. It's just not my style. I really am of a kind of nature that I want to be in direct interaction with people I do help. And that works very well for me. It's very rewarding. Be it taking kids or babies from families who were very unfortunate, or like kids or babies which were being abused, and give them shelter for a month, 2 months, 3 months at the time. Or be it just, you know, buying a property from a desperate family which would be evicted otherwise, but because I'm in interaction with them, we can actually find a solution together. And those things make me feel good. Yeah. So again, like, it's due to personal preference. But yeah, that's what I'm currently doing. Okay, cool. Stories of my life, and we go, and of course the 50 watcher win rate. Okay. It's also how I actually sort out my life, my personal life. I always go in circles from my person, and then going in circles. So kind of in a way, are the people directly surrounding me happy? Can I do something for them? If they are all happy and that's checkmarked, and I still have time, I'm like, okay. And what, like, that would be my family, right? My direct family. And then I would like, okay, can I actually do something for my friends? Like, are there some kind of endeavors I could make, or maybe some business propositions even, which could make them happier? And then I take a look at that, and if there's still time, which usually is, I'm thinking, okay, and what about you know, I don't know. My neighbors. What about people who are living in this district? Could there be something useful to be done there? Or even in the city. And currently this is kind of my radius of impact. That I basically say, okay, Vienna surrounding, basically where I'm personally at. How can I have a positive impact in this area? Yeah. I think it's also positive or a kind of good in a way that you can actually also see and evaluate for yourself if you're physically nearby, right? So I can evaluate those things on a personal level because I'm in a physical way at the location of the happening. This. Okay. Good. Good. And I'm currently also somewhat in such a good spot. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I am like super satisfied at the moment. Usually I didn't have this personal life satisfaction for myself. Being kind of always driven, of course, but also driven so much that it affected my personal well-being. Not in a way that I was like, oh, like my life is shitty or something. Not in that way, but you know, kind of in a way, couldn't appreciate the good things of life. And I'm not talking about alcohol and drugs. I'm talking about the meaningful things. And I don't know what happened, but really this travel to Kazakhstan kind of switched the switch in my emotional brain. I cannot really pinpoint it. Maybe it was also that decade of reflection, but for whatever reason, I cannot really put it in words, but I'm very happy. Like, that's it. Which is pretty cool. Like, for me, I don't know. Okay. Nibble my son, back to Slay the Spire. Nibble my son is, that's what happens if you don't play the defect for a long time. That, yeah, I know that, yeah. Defect was tilting at the beginning. I have to say, once we mastered, but I mean, you know, we near mastered the defect. Backed up by win rate and win streak results. And I can remember it being a lot of fun after we got used to the defect. Like a lot of fun. No. Once you have it under control, I'm a perfectionist, so if I don't have something under control, it makes me feel bad. That was the defect for me when we were struggling with it. But after we actually got the grasp of the defect gameplay, I felt very good playing the defect. Just having the feeling of being in control, which I didn't have before. Dr. Sex says, I kind of miss starting streams. After you got better, you went to Kazakhstan or Thailand like you told stories before. Usually I spend 2 months in Thailand. It's still my destination of choice. I love the country, I love the landscape, I love the people of Thailand, I love the religion. I'm not a Buddhist myself, but it seems to me that Buddhism has a lot of positive things, impact-wise. So Thailand is still the destination of my choice. Yeah. It was also about the language thing. So I actually learned Thai until I was proficient in it. So I thought, and it might be a good change of scenery for like a travel somewhere else. At the same time, a good friend of mine invited me to Kazakhstan to live at his place for 1 month. Also at one he has several flats, and one was empty, and he suggested that. And since I'm also a spontaneous person, I was like calling him up on, taking him up on that offer, because what are the odds you're just visiting Kazakhstan if there's not like a special opportunity? And it was a special experience. So he was very friendly, like he even took off like... Okay, Kazakhstan people are incredibly hospitable. Yeah, so it was insane. Like they were all like, literally all like, you cannot say of course whether somebody is extremely happy. I mean, it might also be just for a few days, you know. Like in Germany, we say after 5 days the fish starts to smell, which basically means visitors are welcome, but you know, only for a short time. That's like the German saying. But literally all people I met personally were excited that somebody is visiting their country and loves to be there. And it was an incredible experience. But I was also talking about like this thing with the two-class society, which really like was an eye-opener for me. Not that I didn't know that those things do exist, you know, but it really like a magnifying glass basically showed me again what I... It's one thing that you know about things, it's the other one, it's the other thing to actually experience that firsthand with your own eyes. So, terrorism says hospitality is an important part of many Asian cultures. Yes, but the Kazakhstanis, they take it to the next level. And the reason for that is because they were like Bedouins. Are Bedouins? Is it Bedouins? They were like traveling. How is it called? Is it Bedouins? Yeah. So, like a Wandervolk. Yeah, Bedouins, okay. So, they were Bedouins, so it was insanely... Nomads, thanks. It's a nomadic culture, yeah. So it was incredibly important that if you traveled somewhere, that you get fresh water, that you get food and all that stuff. So... it's hard to put it in words because, again, they put the hospitality to the absolute next level. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. Which, me being a visitor, was of course very, very lovely. It was great. At the same time, again, like this perspective. I mean, there are two things to that, right? I mean, the one thing is visiting my good friend and encountering all the hospitality, and the other thing is like this two-class society with a lot of injustice in that, and corruption, all that stuff, and social bad feelings, and this is completely separated, yeah, as a topic. So there were absolutely these two extremes which I encountered. Like one was the personal well feeling of being in such a hospitality environment, and the other one was my personal experience if I was not in this hospitality surrounding. Okay. It's over. Boyo says, did you try some horse meat in Kazakhstan? Yeah, canino. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I ate horse meat all the time. It's super delicious. Yeah, I love it much more than cow meat. Oh, absolutely I did. Yeah, also the Kazakhstanis, they have like horse meat as... yeah, basically like how we have cows, they have like horses. Which are specifically for that purpose. Yeah. Okay. So... Timik asked, was the two-class society thing not in Thailand as well? Absolutely different. Absolutely different. It is true, but at the same time, it's a completely different story. So in Thailand, yes, you have the two-class society, but the lower class has a very good life because of the sabai thing, right? So, how to describe? they are okay. In Kazakhstan, it's a very much situation that some people own everything, and the other people do not own some, like, they own pretty much nothing. So if you're from the lower class, you have two options. Either you can take part in the social unrest, or you can become a servant. And I'm literally saying that this way because in that culture it's exactly that way. So the lower class is being treated in a not very friendly way. Kind of, yeah, like, okay, I just give you guys some examples and then you can understand where I'm coming from. So you're in a restaurant, you have that button where you can call the waiter. Your glass is empty, the bottle is standing directly next to the glass. Now you could take the bottle and get yourself some water, but no, you press the button, the waiter comes and he gives you the water. Something falls to the ground. You could pick it up yourself, but you can also press the button, somebody comes and picks it up for you. You press the button. Yeah. If you're in such an environment, you see that, you're like, what the fuck is going on? I mean, you know, kind of being surprised. And you realize that the 4 people or 5 people sitting at your table, they are not surprised whatsoever. Which basically means that's the normality there. And it's not only the normality for the 5 people sitting at the table, but it's also the normality for the guy for the waiter or whatever, like for the waiter who comes and picks it up. Absolutely a normal thing. And that's what I'm talking about. Something like this you would never encounter in Thailand. So if that makes sense. Yeah, pretty much this. Dehumanization of the lower class. Exactly. And they don't have a choice, right? So they can either say yes, sir. Like it's basically about the level of exploitation, right? And this level of exploitation you wouldn't see in Thailand, also because of religious purposes. Now, if you're a very bad person in an ethical way, in Buddhism you will become reincarnated as being in a worse situation. And that also reflects. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, what Dr. Sexy basically says, yeah, it contradicts his belief system, and the same goes for me. So I could get some clarity. I'm not clarity about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I already had that clarity before. But just kind of being here and also valuing the society I live in, honestly. Okay. Terrorism says happens in a lot of places. It's just a symptom of all the inequality in the world. Yeah, but it doesn't need to be. So if you want to have a counterexample, I mean, Thailand would be a counterexample. But a very, very good counterexample would be, for example, the Oman, right? So in the Oman, there's also a ruler in place. So you could have the very same inequality in Oman, where you also have like a lot of resources. So the country is actually rich. I mean, that's a tragedy actually. Kazakhstan is a very rich country, but the wealth is extremely distributed in an unequal way. And in Oman you have the same, but the ruler is a very just ruler. So he basically distributes most of the money into the country, into the population. And I don't know whether you visited the Oman or some of you guys visited the Oman at some point, but it led to a big uprise in wealth, also in a big uprise in distributed wealth, where most of the people just have a very, very comfortable life. So it doesn't need to be that way. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. It's about what to do about it. Maybe the same, you know, with democracy and communism. It's, you know, hard to say what's better. It completely depends on what you make out of it. There are very good democracies. There are very bad democracies in the world. They are very, like, communism is, you know, like, there's this narrative communism is always bad. It depends on what happens within, you know. Of course, if you have a communism which is super corrupt, where the rich have a lot of influential power in the government and abuse their power. Now you could say that's systematic. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it's systematic. I think it's a lot about the little screws within. Okay, so the Spire, by the way, is a safe haven. You know what I was wondering today? Or like during the night? And I've wondered about that very often. You know, I'm aware that my runs are very throughout and they are very long. And I'm actually surprised that I have so many viewers. Honestly telling you that. I mean, I'm doing Slay the Spire mostly because I do enjoy it. And I happen to also stream it because I want to share it. I want to share it mostly with the people who need this stream the most. So, in a way, which are loving Slay the Spire as much as I do, or at the same ratio. What I'm getting it is I wouldn't have a problem, and I never had, streaming games for a smaller community. Battle Brothers, for example, where there are like 300 Battle Brothers enthusiasts, and despite Battle Brothers being very boring to watch, if you are in Battle Brothers and think it's like your universe, it's actually quite enjoyable. So I'm specifically surprised with all the fast pace out there nowadays, you know. I mean, the biggest part of the population is shifting towards like 10 seconds, 15 seconds input. Like that's kind of the how you say, where the direction where things are heading, right? So instead of having, I mean, YouTube was already short, right? Instead of 2-hour movies, or even like there were like 3 or 4-hour movies back in the days, a trend, right? Yeah. But I also think direction, it's not only a trend, but that's literally the direction where we are heading. I mean, if you think about the old movies, the Western movies, Scorsese and such, you will encounter that there are movies which are like 4 hours long, and 2 hours of the 4 hours nothing happens. That would be unthinkable nowadays. The movies got boiled down to 3 hours to 2 hours, and at some point, like YouTube was like a 10-minute format. So 10 minutes was great because people had like 10 minutes in between and you could watch that. Now 10 minutes are too long. You need something which gives you like permanent input and adrenaline or endorphins like every 10-15 seconds. So there are movies which are 3 hours. I am aware of that fact. But I'm just saying, I mean, I think it's not a controversial story that there's always, and it's also measurable by the way, that there are always like higher paces of input, otherwise people get bored on their mobile phones. Also the mobile phone, if you watch things through the PC, you will also encounter that phenomenon that suddenly the format is not broad, wide, but it's like this format, like the handy format, the mobile phone format. And people need like input all 10 dopamine addiction basically, exactly like 10-15 seconds of input. And now here I am sometimes playing like a 7-hour, 8-hour run of Slay the Spire. And I'm like, yeah, well, that's kind of very, very old school, you know. Also no mods, like no modding. I mean, also these flashy effects in between. I mean, what I'm doing is I'm playing a game, I have a camera and that's it. I mean, literally sharing just like the game screen with you guys, you know. So a very outdated format. I'd like to believe that this is kind of a safe haven for the people who do not like this 10-15 seconds addiction thing with like a lot of flashy inputs, but rather having something where you can just really chill, spend your time. You're not always like in this. Also, this is the other thing, right? I mean, have you ever realized that you're like let's say you watch like 2 hours of TikTok or 3 hours of TikTok? Never happened to me, yeah. But it's kind of with the YouTube sessions where you're getting out of the YouTube session, and I would imagine it's even harsher with TikTok, where after you did that, you're not really calmed down in your mind, but you're kind of like always like a Fredchen on adrenaline. What do you say? Some kind of animal on adrenaline, where you want to go to bed, but you're still like, your mind is not in a good way exhausted, but you're agitated. It's not really good for the human mind. So yeah, having just like something where you're not required immediate it's also about the bandwidth, but we should really start with the run soon. Otherwise, we probably won't start it whatsoever. But it's also about that's also measurable attention, right? So humans have like an attention of around 12 to 16 bits, and nowadays what's being done is that not you direct your attention to somewhere, but something actually blocks your attention, these 12 to 16-bit bandwidth, by giving you flashy inputs which force you to look there, because that's how the human mind is wired. If you're standing on the street and a car is heading towards you, you cannot do different than shifting your attention to the car, because otherwise you would die, survival mode. And nowadays what's being done is that there are a lot of ways and to basically take this attention, forcing you to direct your attention to something, and you cannot do different than therefore directing your attention, whether you like it or not, to this very input. And it's really not good, guys. I mean, it just blocks your even in a way that you cannot think of something else, and that's on purpose. That's capitalism in its finest. In a way that what yields the most profit plays, and that's one of the reasons why we don't have that many I don't know, even like games any longer where you pay one time and then you can play the game, but this pay to win format, you know. The excursion, sorry, I really didn't sleep a lot, so my mind is also shifting around. But nowadays it's about exposure, and how it works is you expose your game by getting new customers, and getting new customers is kind of expensive. So let's say you would have like to pay $100 per new customer. If you would have a game where you pay only 50, they cannot afford that. They cannot spend $100 per new customer because it doesn't pay. But if you have a pay-to-win game where a new paying customer is worth 150, they can just scale it, you know. And that's the reason why you have it. That nowadays you have games as a service format. Exactly. Okay, so let's cut the topic here and go to the beautiful safe haven. Safe haven watcher run. A world which is very, very clean. A nice and beautiful dream world. What Bammy says, speaking of pay to win, have you played any Marvel Snap, Lifecoach? Honestly, the pay to win aspect of Marvel Snap was a big impact why I chose to not put it forward. I couldn't really advertise the game with a good conscience. It was not the only aspect, but it was one of them. As Papa says, stay please. Yeah. We will. You want to see the game screen. I can put the game screen, so we are in the run, and then we just can talk about what we even talked. Did you see? Talk. We talk with a whale. We decided that we should usually click here. This is equivalent of value. So this. One to three, but says 5 AM. Lifecoach is sort of hits different. What about remove 2? 18 damage. What are we talking about here? What Dara says, what do you think about the Merle's take that the only way to lose with the Watcher is the low roll boss swap? Yeah, I think the take is wrong. So, I mean, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't boss swap all the time. Okay. So, slime boss. Question marks are increasing in value, for obvious reasons. Yeah, at this point of time, I have the feeling that the narratives being created by Merle can only be debunked by himself, honestly. Yeah. So, again, I think, or you debunk them yourself by trying to force, for example, I don't know, infinite or whatever, and you will realize, okay, if you do not boss swap, guys, you will realize yourself very quick. Okay? So, just do yourself the favor. You can do it yourself. I mean, you know my take on those things. So, try it out yourself. And maybe at some point Merle will do another Watcher performance. And again, I think at this point, like those narratives which people really want to believe, if they want to believe, like those who believe that narrative, only he can debunk those things himself. Okay, so, but for now, what do we do? Burning Elite is out of the question. The layout is complete garbage. This is out of the question. So the only possible start is here, right? Oh, also because we were just talking about it. That's a good way to lose, you know? Like, also it never hit me that Act 1 is like specifically easy or something. A lot of crap can happen for the Watcher. In a way that you might, for example, have problems with the boss. Like if it's Guardian or something. If it's Hexagos, you might sometimes not be strong enough. We encountered that, by the way. Another way is that you do not have Fire into Elite, but you have to take Elite early. And Elite early, if you can go very wrong. Every Elite, because you cannot prepare for every Elite. I can give you direct examples. The Knob, if you do not get early, like the Eruption early, sometimes you even have it, like, you know, like turn 2, you might break on turn 3. You can sometimes not kill the Knob in 3. Sometimes, like low cases, but if that happens, it's devastating. Lagavulin, sometimes you do not, you need to open with Eruption, right? And sometimes you cannot exit. And that can cost you the run. The cubes, if the draw is bad, can deal 50 damage to you. If your HP is lower than 50 at that point, you might even die to the first Elite. You might, like the Watcher can just die to the first Elite. Absolutely possible. With a bad draw. Okay. So, what is that? Yeah, a lousy fight. what Dara says about the transform one or remove one. But that's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah. Like, remove one or transform one is such a low Neo reward. I mean, specifically with those things, I think it's extremely clear. Also, if you take remove one or transform one, I think it's... Yeah, it's extremely bad what I've been talking about. You're burning like at least 50 gold. Like in floor 0. You have not even started the run. And you already burn hell of a lot. Yeah. So, I mean, there are edge cases, but that's not one of them. Okay. Bam bam. So kill and vigilant. Or, yeah, so of course the fight is solved here. Yeah, just do it. We can also vigilance eruption. Is it better? It's the same. Yes. Yeah, the smoke bomb. Goodbye, suckers. Okay, that's a difficult one. We have 3 times mediocre garbage. Very difficult one. Simmering Fury, I think it's very break-even. In hallways, it should be negative. Because if you draw it, then it doesn't have any impact. What Dara says about the... okay, but we need to conclude the topic at some point. But to conclude the topic. But yeah, the idea was you were more percentage by not swapping than by swapping into some trash. Yeah, absolutely, because you can also swap into good stuff, yeah. The concluded value of all boss swaps divided by the amount of boss swaps is a higher percentage win rate than by taking some trash, yeah, exactly. Okay, so the Simmering Fury is good against Lagavulin. You can set it up and then you have a Ras turn and you definitely assure that you can also exit. So it's great against Lagavulin. Against the cubes it somewhat depends. Against the knob it also somewhat depends. Yeah. It's very, you know, I don't know. Follow-up is extremely weird. I think it's a desperation pick, which I would probably not take first. If you compare it with Consecrate, Consecrate is so much better. So it's clear, right? And Consecrate is not the top tier pick. Consecrate is decent. But Follow-up is so much worse. And then there is Conclude. Now it's the first AoE source. And Conclude is great damage. It's insanely good in also Follow-up hallways, which we will have. And it's great against the cubes, it's great against Knob. It can be okay against Lagavulin. It's great against Slime Boss, it's great for the Act 2 fights. Keep in mind that this is a curse later. It's literally a curse. Like all of the early game cards, it falls off the most. Which is fine. So I'll take it. I would have loved to have Hyper Anti-Synergy. Yeah, it's that. I would have loved to... and this is also why you should be cautious with the upgrade on the Conclude. Obviously the upgrade on the Conclude is amazing. In a nutshell. Yeah, but given that you won't end up playing it later, I would try to not upgrade it. Okay. Yeah, Conclude is also very counter-synergetic to Mayhem. We are really taking damage this fight, this is stupid. Counter synergy or burst draw. Counter synergy to mayhem. You cannot play mayhem if you have conclude in your deck. Okay. Big numbers have you in Act 2 even? No, absolutely, yeah, sure. I mean, conclude is amazing Act 1 and Act 2. Absolutely, sure. It falls off in Act 3. Yeah, Dira says it's basically one mana 6 damage AoE in the future. Yeah, that's how I look at it. But also you cannot play Vault. You cannot play it with Meditate. Yeah. And you will have some end turn effect later. So there's that. We also got a garbage potion, so we are even more inclined to take conclude. Yeah, Dira asked about the boss swap again. I have this table. Maybe I just show you very quick the table so you have an idea where I'm coming from. So we have this Neos table, and we evaluated the different options. Boss swap is around being 175, and besides these options, you will usually look at like around 110, 120 gold of value. So you will burn basically this delta if you decide different. And I'm very sure that these numbers are accurate plus minus 510. So even if these numbers are off, even then, you know. Okay. Okay. Wave of the Hand is not so good. Prostrate is not so good. Better with Conclude. And there's like Water. Like Water is a thing which I would pick specifically for the cubes. Also mainly. I don't think like Water is bad. I think like Water is absolutely decent. Yeah, what Papa says, like Water solves the cubes. I would take it over nothing. Because it does solve the cubes. And I think like if you don't have AoE, cubes might be the most difficult fight. But that is of course not true if you have Conclude already. I love Slay the Spire so much. I know. It's getting old. But, you know, it's kind of that universe where everything aligns, you know. Where you make decisions, you walk through the Spire. It's a truly beautiful game. Yeah. It's like you look at this, and completely depending on what you have, your decision will deviate. Speaking of deviation, there is no shop if you would take this path. So what is the question at the moment? The Burning Elite is a little bit tough as a first enemy. I mean, we could smoke it out if it's really bad. Which kind of speaks for it, honestly. Yeah, like. But that being said, if you really smoke this out, it's not exactly the place where we want to be. So, yeah. Pro says it's the one place where everything makes sense. Yeah. There is this very sad parting if you smoke bomb that. You mean because then suddenly it's only one elite? Yeah, it's true. But what I'm getting at is smoke bomb only to avert risk of ruin. So example case, we go here. It's burning Knob with max HP. Keep in mind that burning is irrelevant in most of the cases. Yeah, just like that's the. I'm really thinking about it. So to summarize the burning elite, the fire that it burns is basically irrelevant in Act 1, unless And unless is mostly max HP. And it doesn't end there. Like, unless is mostly only max HP if you also happen to low roll. Right? So, it's a max HP knob, but you did miss your eruption turn 1. And therefore you do not kill the Knob in 3. It is max HP cubes, but for whatever reason we had a bad draw. Like stuff like this. Yeah. And if you do low roll, that is directly connected to risk of ruin. And in our case, it's not. Yeah. I'm really thinking that we should take the burning lead, honestly. Look. What? Healing cubes kind of suck too? No, they don't. That's the point. Yeah. Strength is usually irrelevant. Strength on Lagavulin is basically irrelevant. Strength on the Knob is pretty much irrelevant. Strength on the cubes has some relevance, but a relatively small one if your deck has Conclude in it. Yeah, also healing and metallicize on the single minions is a joke. Also if you can do that for the burning, that's perfect. So it's really only about the max HP. And if we encounter the max HP against the cubes, for example, we have Eruption Conclude 33, 45 with 1 strike. So it ain't too bad, because then Conclude comes back, so that's not the problem. I think I really want to do it. No. Is there some other advantage attached to it? Well, yeah. The other advantage is that we don't have an advanced hallway fight. Which is not that difficult with a Conclude. They can get better before. Yeah, but basically what Papa says. We do have a question mark into a hallway here. And if we do this, we have to make the decision there. Now, you could argue we can also go to the shop. But our gold is not very suitable for a shop. So, do we ever buy potions? Never. So this is basically remove 1 card for gold. But for expensive gold. If we project the also future gold, it's like, it's not a really good note. If we go here, we remove 1 card for 100 gold. Like, if we say the future value, let's just say that's 25 gold. That is like a remove 1 card gain, like for 100 gold. And that's just bad. Yeah. So let's go here. So we can remove a defend if we want that. And we want that. It also makes our deck better. For obvious reasons. Oh. So that's not bad. Paparazzo makes the numbers. Crunching the numbers makes the math on it. 7 HP is lower than 100 gold. And that's about right. I see Vigilance. Vigilance is obvious. Strike Conclude is also obvious. Waha! Flawless. Fight. Oh. Whew. That's actually a difficult one. Or is it? Maybe it's not. We said we have against cubes, Tantrum is also good. Because we can assure that Conclude goes with Eruption. Yeah. And against the Knob is super good because we can increase our odds that we draw Eruption early by a lot. So, and Tantrum of course is super good into later game as well. Yeah. It's not difficult. It's not difficult, but what about the viewer experience? If everything is obvious, then what Papa says, Fist is also slightly awkward with Conclude. It's true. Tantrum probably being around 100 gold and Empty Fist being probably around 60 gold. Empty Fist early is very good. I mean... Oh yeah, we do this. Yeah. We meet again. Yeah. The best smoke bomb in history. But on the other hand, if we do it, we cannot escape the Burning Elite. Now, we can make a point that we don't need to with the Tantrum any longer. Dexterity Stone. Okay. Oh, keep also in mind with the Weak Potion, we can also use that against Nob. So if the Nob is max HP, I'm willing to use a Weak Potion. What is the impact? Well, the impact is that we only lose 30 HP instead of 40. Strength Lagavulin. Now, Strength Lagavulin is like a normal, is nearly like a normal elite. I could also see using the Weak Potion on the Lagavulin, by the way. So, And here you see what I meant with like not being able to exit Wrath. Against Lagavulin, I argue that Empty Fist is better than Tantrum, by the way. Yeah. Because of the exit thing. So with the against Lagavulin, you really want to have the exit. Yeah. So what is the possibility here? Eruption, Vigilance next turn and open on 3. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do you do if you draw Vigilance next turn and then you draw Vigilance again? But no Eruption? Yeah, that's just one case where it's really bad. What do we do if we draw Tantrum? Tantrum, Strike, Strike. Vigilance is on the bottom. That would be great. Then we play Tantrum, Strike, Strike. Next time we have guaranteed Vigilance. Nadira says we might have to open this hand. And I don't like that. I mean, I wonder whether this is as good as it gets, and it probably is as good as it gets. 5 out of 7 times we are insanely happy. 2 out of 7 times we cry. People are talking about 45 damage. I'm not exactly sure. If you wake up, you could take 34. Yeah, in 2 out of 7 cases. Opening on turn 3 isn't bad either. We will know next draw pretty accurate. So with the idea, if Vigilance is on the bottom, you need to open. If Vigilance is on the bottom, we can open probably with Tantrum Strike. At least Tantrum Strike. Frodo Sherry says 45 damage with all the blocks in the draw. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Probably Weak Potion application here, by the way. And probably means we definitely do the Weak Potion. Wedley says if we wake up, we could take 34. Is that accurate, 34? 33, right? And 33 minus the blocks we play. So, for example, 12 block, we take 20. Yeah. No, I think we have to open. I'm not sure whether we should burn the Miracle. It's, it's not clear to me whatsoever. You don't think the Miracle gets better? 12 damage or 6 life? I'd rather like to have it for 6 HP. Right? I mean, if you open now, and we have concluded deck, oh, we don't have single damage big time, although we actually have. And with this, we kind of also should always get there later. Can we always spend the Miracle next turn? Yeah, sure. So it has the same value next turn. it has at least the same value next turn, right? What I'm getting it is, depending on our draw, we can then influence when we use it. So how much is the open now? Eruption conclude. Bring it to 90. We want to play the Tantrum. Do we want to play the Tantrum? Yeah, it's 18 damage. We don't pass up on the 18. So 90 becomes 72. And if we have a clean draw in the between turn, we can deal... Yeah, we have Vigilance. We can deal a lot. I mean, like, a lot. How much is a lot? Whatever. 45. Then the guy goes to 27. And then we kill. Yeah, okay. Ah. Ah. Okay. Run is over. Yeah, because no smoke bomb. Yeah. The run is not over yet, guys. We are still fine. What about the Tantrum? 18 and probably solve looks good. Yeah, we definitely play Tantrum. It goes into the shuffle. Is that a bad thing or a good thing? I think it's a good thing because next time we can do it again. So let's do it. Yeah, Gloves Poker says and block 18. I think so. I think so. Next turn he goes to 54 and we can also Vigilance out. If we play the Tantrum. We can decide on that, but I think that has to be correct, yeah. 54 means he is pretty much dead later. This looks like the nightmare draw of this fight. Yes! And we take 15. I mean, if the nightmare draw of okay. If the nightmare draw of the first fight... If the nightmare draw of the first fight of an early elite, which is a burning elite, costs us 15 HP. And a little bit more. We take another 8. No, I don't think so. Only if you play the Tantrum. But what I'm simply saying is even if it's 20, it's like very, very good. Yeah. So, if you would have not played the Tantrum the one turn, maybe we should have not played the Tantrum. Then we would have known exactly what we draw. Or does it not matter? I think I would have loved to have an exact draw. Naja. Okay, so 15 block, we could block 15 as well. Can we talk about the Eruption and how much damage that is if we miss, also if you draw the Eruption, how much is it? What, we will also throw a potion and we are taking more than 15? Yeah, no, this is of course included with a weak potion. Yeah. Like, if you take a Burning Early Elite and you take 20 and potion is super. So... yeah, the Tantrum thing. It was a mistake to play the Tantrum. If we would have not played the Tantrum... Oh, no. Yeah, no, if we would have not played the Tantrum... Yeah, it was a mistake. If we would have not played the Tantrum, we would know exactly what we draw now. Yeah. I should have thought about that. So there are two cases. Let's start with a case where we draw Eruption next turn. So Eruption, and let's assume one attack is on the bottom. Eruption strike is 33 damage. So we have 33 damage and conclude is at least 20 afterwards. So 33 plus 20. If we don't break on eruption, then it's 33 plus 20. 53. So the Lagavulin is on 19. And we have 4 draws to deal 19. Strikes dealing 8. Eruption, of course, dealing 14. And Tantrum dealing 6. If we draw Vigilance block so that we cannot kill, we could block 7 plus 4, 11. If we miss the eruption, it's very bad. If we play the Tantrum here, we solve. But we take 6 more damage. What there is I don't think there is a way to obtain perfect information. Guys, you're wondering about whether you're missing something. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing which is missing there is that if you have a draw without eruption, you have guaranteed eruption. So, I understand what you're saying. There is no way to have perfect information. I misframed. There is a way to have perfect information on the eruption. Okay, so my one asks 6 HP, 1/6 of Risk of Ruin if you don't Tantrum. How much damage do we take? 22 weakened is 16. And we would take 7, we go to 20. We go to 20 into a question mark. We don't need to take necessarily. Hopefully it's not this stupid ooze. And then we go into the cube fight with 20. Probably having a potion. Maybe having a card. 20 into the cube fight. Our path is into the elite, yes. Conclude with the eruption is very good against cubes. We can probably block in... The question mark can also be positive. It's never negative, it can only be positive. Even if it's an enemy, it's positive because we have conclude. We might take chip damage, maybe we get a potion. We get a relic from the Lagavulin fight as well. So it seems to me that it's acceptable. We can then go here and here. Or here and here. This is a chest. And we can probably take the late question marks then. It depends on how the other elite fight goes. Against Nob, we are super with 20. Honestly, with 20 is super against Nob. So, because Nob is usually 16 heat. In 3 turns. Yeah, 16 if you kill turn 3. And we always do. Risk of Ruin, you say. I mean, is it Risk of Ruin? I mean, that's the other question. 24, it goes to 48. And now we have Eruption. 48, we have Eruption for 7. 41. And of course we cannot kill. So, I mean, there are draws which do kill. But only if you draw 3 attacks and conclude, so rather not. And if that is the case, it's really, really bad, right? Is it? Probably, right? How bad? We go Eruption, Attack, Vigilance out, for example. Which is like blocking 7, and then we defend blocking 11. We take 11. I mean, it's not that we are dead. And then the turn after, we need to get the other Eruption source. Sometimes we die. So probably we die, yeah, if we don't take the 6 damage, we probably die in 10% of the cases. Which is too high. And even if we get the Eruption, we don't even have guaranteed kill. Yeah. Okay. So 7 plus 22 taken. 7 plus 15, I mean. Or 7 plus 4. 20 in the potion, that's super good for such a fight. More bank. No relic. We just got a no relic. Halt. Empty fist, weave. That's so interesting. Malvalon says Halt plays with dexterity. Yes. And Halt on 0 energy plays with pure water. Like with 3 energy, I mean. And Halt plays in Eruption, which we already doubled down on. What Rizzle says Halt is so bad against the other Act 1 elite? No, Halt is super good against cubes. What are you talking about? In our case, we can either squeeze it in to block chip. If we are in calm, we can, also if we are exit, we have Halt for block cubes. And good story is, it also blocks us in against the cubes if we have Wrath. Not Arcano says Halt is even good against Nob on turn 2. Yeah, I think in average Halt is bad against Nob, but in our case, because we kind of need to kill turn 3, otherwise we just die. I think it's even good against Nob on turn 2. And we have the Dexterity Stone. It's like a small thing. Paparato says Rastek, yeah. Also the Halt is good. I think the Empty Fist is better than the Weave. So Yellow says Fist over Halt. Fist. You mean to make it 2-1-1. The Fist is specifically good in Act 1 mostly. Falls off in Act 2 and going into Act 3 it becomes bad. Fist requires an upgrade, or the upgrade on the Fist is good. We currently still have the upgrade open on the Eruption, and maybe even with the decision to rest. If you say the question marks are better in value, which they are, than this, we mostly need to rest here if we want to get the value from these. If we do it, depends on our life total. But I don't, of course max is like 2 upgrades. What I'm getting is that and Tantrum is also a high priority upgrade. What I'm getting is at, okay, Empty Fist is good if it solves you, like partly solves Act 1, or gives you power Act 1, and maybe you can even put an upgrade on this. Now the second part is already a no, we cannot put an upgrade on it, so it will become clutter. At some point it will become clutter. Even against the Slime Boss is not amazing. Against the Slime Boss we want to stay in Eruption. So, being extremely positive in the early of Act 1, I feel it's already a so-so already. Yeah. I think I take the Halt here. Pretty certain about that. It's also about the Empty Fist not even being that great against the cubes if you exit out of Eruption. Let's say Eruption to Empty Fist is already, you know, then you cannot guarantee the thing in the conclude in the dude. Can we kill Nob in 3? Yeah, I mean, we draw our deck in 3. So we have base 36-45. That's 99 in 3 draws if we enter Eruption turn 1, which we have a high chance to do. And this also comes back. If you for whatever reason brick on turn 1 against the Nob. Yeah, what Paparato says, Watcher is against the Nob. We even have an option with the Halt, by the way, to draw Halt into Vigilance turn 3. But we usually should be there after 3. Especially after the question mark. Lethal? Yeah, with these 2, right? Spot the lethal, guys. Okay. That's not bad. even against the knob, we can fix a draw. So either, look, Vault or even on 3 energy, you can, like, okay. Vault on 5 energy is a different story. On 5 energy, you always Vault. But on 3 energy, it's kind of, you can make a mulligan. If you do not like your hand, it says Vault on it. Paparato is becoming Merle. Hey, Tony Cheese, thanks very much for that sub. It's appreciated. We are swimming in gold, by the way. Oh, we are the gold diggers. Oh, wait, shop. I never had such a high shop percentage. Never. What? No, literally. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. Up to freaking 21. 40, 50, 60. It is so freaking likely that we will encounter a shop. Is crazy. Yeah, the next shop cannot be the next node cannot be a shop. But I mean, 15, 18, 21 still. It's crazy, right? It's so freaking high. And we are swimming in gold. Love that. Yeah, eruption attack. Without eruption wouldn't have been a biggie, then we would have just vigilance in. Oh, keep in mind we cannot do the miracle next turn. Hopefully we get Halt Shamblers, Halt Doubters and Shambles. Wait. Where's the Halt? It's just enough, right? I see 18. Huh! Ha! Whoosh! Hoo! Ha! Whoosh! Ring! Art of War is a worse relic for the Watcher. Holy crap. Honestly, also talking about relic quality. Tiny Chest is a garbage relic. Oddly Smooth Stone on the Watcher is pretty bad. You don't block, you kill. Mobbing on the Watcher is pretty bad. Art of War is complete trash on the Watcher. We completely lowered again. It's going very well. I love this run. It's going very nicely. Oh. Yeah, I'll take that. What Vault Art of War works? Yeah, you're right, guys. Also, as long as we're on 3 energy, that is, but... You're right, guys. Can even rush down Art of War later. Rush down Vault, I mean Art of War. I would say it's good very, very early, but I think here... that's basically an energy relic. Dioricalcum. You know what happens on the Watcher if you spend all your energy playing attacks? You don't need block. That's something I would have taken against a Hexa Ghost, certainly not against a Slime Boss. And if you spend all your energy on attacks and you did not kill, then 6 block won't get you there. Yeah. Yeah, I can also take the fire key, then we have 3. Wow, we found a tiny chest. Lantern. With Vault. Also with Rushdown, Eruption. An energy relic. Yeah. True. So, what about these question marks? Before the fire, it's good because you can go to 1 HP. Simmering Glide, we die. But we, for example, World of Goop. If this World of Goop, we can take it. We also have the solution against the rats. Yeah. If it's an elite, we can take it. Yeah. And what else? Yeah, if it's hallway is also very good for us. Shop is good. We can put the energy to use immediately. What, Art of Wartime? Yeah, or not. I don't know. I mean, we can either... I mean, it's correct, right? We can block full, and then we have Art of War. On the flip side, we could also kill one. Now, if we kill one, what's the difference? We have 2 energy less next turn, but for that, 1 Grey Slime is dead. But why kill one if you have Conclude? Also, out of several reasons. The first reason is that Conclude doesn't kill standalone. The second reason is that... And because it doesn't matter if we actually draw Eruption. So you can basically deduct the Eruption Conclude thing. Because Eruption Conclude does kill everything anyways. So Conclude won't kill the Grey Slime. Yeah, so I think we already have the answer. It's very evident, right? Like, Wrath Conclude always cleans, so it's about the cases where we do not draw it. And in the cases where we do not draw it, it's better to kill one for 2 energy. Because it will require 2 energy anyways. At least. If we Art of War, we can what? Rush down, Eruption Conclude. So you're saying if you draw Rush down and Eruption, you would like to go Rush down, Eruption. And if you brick on the Conclude, also, what do you mean? We are in Vigilance. We can always do Rush Down Eruption anyways. What about the cases where you do not? What about the cases where you do not draw Conclude? By the way. Also, if you need the energy so badly, I would have just, if you would have needed the energy so badly, I could have also imagined just taking 3 damage. But obviously we do not need that. So this is 18, right? Pressure points is garbage, Swivel is garbage, and Just Luck is also garbage. I also don't exclude the possibility to maybe go infinite. Just Lucky also not Art of War, but... Your weak doesn't go down when you vault. Did it not? It doesn't. Yeah, I know that it doesn't from the enemies. No, yours also shouldn't, yeah. Your intangible stays or your status effect. Not the strength down. The strength down does effect, I think. No, does it? No, wait. Yeah, I think the effects proc, but your status effects still stay the same. Yeah. Like this. Yeah, what Paparato says. Paparato really has a lot of in-game knowledge. Upgrade something. Before the slime boss, I wouldn't like to rest. So, and we can always like go to very low in the question mark. So, Eruption, because Vault upgrade is now worse with the Art of War. No, I don't have the extension any longer. Would you like to upgrade Eruption or no? With the rush down, I think so. We don't have a multi effect at the moment. We could take the curse. Let's not. Overtime, is it? Oh, 6, 12, 15. What a garbage. Yeah, -1 floor. On the flip side, this is pretty cool. Like the insect, I mean. There's also power mummified hand. It's like 1 energy. Even with 2 energy, it would still not be worth it. So mummified hand becomes better on 3. The insect means max elites for the rest of the Spire. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. So what about the insect and remove? What Dira says, I think Infinite is very on the table here. Infinite is always on the table if you have Rush Down early. Like, Rush Down in Act 1 is pretty much... Also, early is... especially if you have not taken, like, a lot of cards. So, no, absolutely. I mean, in our case, I am actually not even sure. Because we already have Tantrum, so that's, like, a very strong card anyways. Infinite you go if your normal run does go not that great. So, it is on the table. Of course, like, if you have Rush Down in your deck, it always is on the table. The only question is it's a higher chance to win with Infinite or is it a higher chance to win without? And this is bad for Infinite, but it's great for a normal run. Like, a normal, you know. Yeah. Paparazzo says this one is just gonna win whatever way. Yeah. Yeah, it's close, yeah. Like, this run is a very good run, so we probably have like 97, 98. And it could be that Infinite wrecks us in 3%, but the normal run only wrecks us in 2.5. And then we should go normal run. Conclude is kind of Pepega for Infinite. Yeah, I mean, we also didn't get like a lot of no, we already got one event which removes. So I think removes are break even currently. We added cards which are also powerful, so we don't need to add more cards. That's good. Real cards currently 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, after remove, it's 11. You usually want to have a deck with like maybe 7 cards. 7 real cards. So we have 4 removes away from Infinite, which also lets us not adding cards. So, I think it also depends on what kind of cards we see in Act 2. Yeah. Conclude Plus just farms always so you don't have to add many others. That's the thing. Yeah. So we added that card, but fortunately it has so much direct power, immediate power, that it actually helps us not to clutter our deck more if we would pursue the Infinite path. There are also some things which might just change it. Like if we have nothing, Busted Crown as a boss swap, we could take Busted Crown and say, okay, now Infinite is much better, for example. Because the normal path went down. So, but what I'm getting at is, we should, for example, not spend 76 on the Mental Fortress. Because Mental Fortress is being positive for Infinite, but bad for the other. For Act 2. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Ja. Gerne. We have currently no sustain. I could see us taking the bites. Also, therefore removing defend. We also have height, therefore removing defend. We play against the slime boss, therefore removing defend. We have a lot of eruption, therefore removing defend. The most powerful immediate upgrade is the conclude. I don't think we need it. Or do we? We bring the slime boss to 75, also to 80. For sure. We will also be in eruption. We have the attack potion. And this will come back in the deck. Is the conclude not the strongest upgrade for Act 2? Yes, and afterwards it becomes garbage. Hot trash. Most of the times we won't even play it in Act 3. Keep also in mind the Tantrum upgrade downs a bird. So you can go into Wrath downing a bird. Eruption Strike. I really hope that we get the Tantrum next turn so that we can exactly pinpoint what we have to do. Vaulting here would be a huge mistake, by the way. Yeah. I mean, it's obvious, but I just want to point it out. Okay, apparently we don't bring him down to 80. What a bad draw. I was wondering about the order of the strike and eruption. I'm very happy that we did the damage. But why would have Vault been a mistake? Yeah, because you just go into the shuffle, and that would have been very bad. Yeah, that was a little bit sad that we didn't get Tantrum or Vigilance. Vigilance or Tantrum would have both been better here, but no, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Not much we can do here. Also putting that aside, now the Vault is still in the deck, which is also cool. Okay. There's one option where we do Vigilance in between. If we do Vigilance, we lose 12 damage, but we also draw 2 cards. Currently we can spend our energy into cards. Losing 12 damage is not what I'm looking for. Even seeing Conclude here would have been very nice as Dara because of the shuffle. Yeah, absolutely. 80. We bring them to 44. We can use an attack potion if we are afraid. Are we afraid? I honestly think so. Yeah. I think I want to potion. I'm seeing some risk of ruins. It's an expensive potion, yeah? It's a very expensive potion. But it can get scary, I think so. I mean, even with a potion, we might have draws where we die. So, yeah. Yeah, potion is before split, sure. Reach Heaven or Empty Fist, that's actually interesting. But I think it's Reach Heaven. What does it do? What doesn't it? What does it not do? Nah, I don't know. Actually, Empty is really interesting. I mean, the way how we die is by drawing like garbage. And if Empty Fist is enough damage, we avoid like a 4 slime draw, for example. So we said we have 24. Also 12, also 12, 18. But Fist is awkward with the conclude. Ah, yeah, that's right. We cannot even do it. Dead. First message. Yeah, we are always dead. After the Reach Heaven, we actually have the option to play Vigilance Tantrum. Funnily enough. So always reevaluate your options. Before I wasn't very fond of it. Because it meant that we lose 12 damage for 2 draw. And for 2 draws were worse. Two draws were worse. Because of many reasons. But now, I think different. Before, the vault would have not been sufficient. Because it might have, like, make us bust. If we draw the vault now, we can actually Vigilance Tantrum. We can play the vault instead of Conclude Strike. Why? Because the Surveillance is in the deck. So, we can vault and we guarantee Surveillance then. Or like near, basically, yeah. Basically guarantees Surveillance, nearly. And that also is finished. So we cannot even brick on the vault. Before, vault was kind of a blank because we couldn't play it necessarily without a Surveillance, but with it we can. Is there something even? No, like this. Yeah. And losing 12 damage is not a problem because we are mainly afraid of bricks. The miracle is irrelevant anyways. Yeah, no, that's the line. Yeah. That's the line. Always reevaluate your options, guys. We just averted risk of ruin, just saying. If we don't do that, we have risk of ruin. It's not irrelevant. I mean, we draw triple slime to block, we dead. We draw... Yeah, I mean, actually, if we draw 3 out of the 5 slimes, we probably die. Blasphemy is like Judgment, just way better. Sometimes it's even correct to take the Judgment. But if these are next to each other, it's always better to take the Blasphemy. Devotion. Naja, I think Blasphemy Conclude is also combo. It exhausts, so you can also go infinite with it. No, but Blasphemy actually speaks against infinite, and here this is what I was talking about, the next card pick. So now we have a card pick which is very good for a normal run, but it's not so that great for infinite. And yeah, if we say normal runs are already decent, like also insanely good, this might just, you know, change the payout. That this suddenly makes a normal run much better. And I think so. Blasphemy. Or we say we don't need it. I mean, that's the other option. That we basically say, hey, we are good enough. Relics are not really, but we have the preserved insect. So that would be the one thing which says, okay, elites are not as threatening as they usually are. They will still chip damage you, by the way. So the idea that we already have enough wrath, so that it decreases the value of divinity. With the rushdown, divinity is worth much less than eruption as well. And if you receive an extra energy relic, we don't even use the energy from the divinity. Maybe just don't take it. Which would mean we take nothing? Also weird. Judgment then. No, what I meant, judgment is always worse than blasphemy. Really bad, weird. Hoverado would rather conclude than put cringe into the deck. Blasphemy is cringe for you. I think if it wouldn't be for the insect, it would be like a snap pick. A card is cringe. Oh my god. Oh my. Okay. In Germany, we say having eaten a clown for breakfast. It's our German saying. Do you have that in English? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, okay. You have nothing like that. Ah. Interesting. So. Okay. Can you say it in German? Yeah. What? You're half German? And what's the other half? So, what is here? You say the divinity, isn't it? I don't know. I think I still take it. New Zealand? Interesting. Hey, honestly, blasphemy is just super powerful. You think we should skip it? I mean, blasphemy conclude is insane. Blasphemy base strikes is good enough. Do we want upgrade on the blasphemy? What do you mean, the pyramid? Naja, if we get the pyramid, we go infinite. That's what I'm saying. Like, both passes are all open. The upgrade debt? The upgrade debt is not there. So, what you're saying is blasphemy can be upgraded or what? Yeah. Also, high attack density would speak for blasphemy. You was personally thinking the upgrade that is there. For what? Yeah, and here we have the... Suddenly it's good. I mean, suddenly it's good as well. It's always good. Yeah. So we have Snecko. Current Snecko count break even, +2, +1, +3, +4. Snecko is amazing. And here we go again with the infinite thing. Yeah? Like there's infinite possibility. But we get this. Suddenly the normal run is way stronger for normal run. Not so great for infinite. And then we have Snecko. And suddenly you're like, bam. Yeah. And then suddenly the payout. Do not tunnel vision, kind of. That's just my point. But it's clear. You should never tunnel vision. The key with the chest. Yeah, the key with the chest. This is just like Omega Lul. Yeah, so sad. The others are pretty much unpickable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And if that would have been Busted Crown, we could have taken the other path. Yeah, we take the Max Elite. What, you cannot believe the Lantern? No, Miracle gets added to the hand. It will never change. Eruption. Also super interesting on the Watcher that you have stuff which is sometimes good with some things. Perseverance, I would pick upgraded anyways, but even non-upgraded if you have enough walls. More energy, Snecko energy. Snecko looking good. Amazing. Here you have the Tantrum thing. Yeah. Tantrum on the biggest bird. It comes back. So this is 15. Ragnarok, or Ragnarok would be so cool. $24. Only okay. I just wanted to say this is the most elite, but it's also the most. It's also enemies only. Are you kidding me? What? Oh, and the other pass only has one elite. Was ist denn das für ein Crap? What? Excuse me? What insect has our back? No, I'm not saying that we are dying here. I'm saying that it's low value. The way of the warrior. No, of course we are doing that. Like, I'm talking about value. Value town. Ja, egal. Ja. We could buy Waffle and Wallop. But yeah. Do we ever buy it? Hey, honestly, I'm not even sure. The Walloping card is here. Yeah, no, I see it as well, but I'm not entirely excited. What else is there? Waffle and Toynithopter. You love Wallop on Snecko? Yeah, sure. But do you still love it if you spend 90 gold for it? Wallop with Snecko is okay. Oh, absolutely. Of course it is. I mean, sure. But I guess we cannot spend the money otherwise, or what? I'm not even sure how good the Wallop is anyways. So, we have the Waffle. 19 HP. We also have the Toynithopter. Is the Toynithopter more or less than 19 HP? But the rest of the shop is pretty junky. Yeah, but aren't we strong enough to just keep the gold? Probably more long term. Yeah, the Waffle is like 5 HP per act, right? So the Toynithopter is more. The Toynithopter is probably 15 HP per act. Also, Toynithopter is like max HP. So probably Thopter is stronger. Yeah. Also cheaper. So this is 17, this is 5. Delta is 12, we probably find 2 potions. Oh, for 14 cards we can draw all. Interesting. We can buy a potion. A potion also confirms HP. Or we can buy the Wallop. You know what? We can talk about the Wallop. Wallop is way better than Conclude in our case, of course. Is way better than all the base strikes, which is clear. We will be in Eruption a lot, so Wallop becomes a little bit stronger. It is not so good with the Blasphemy though. But yeah, I think it's okay. It's our best attack that doesn't put us in Wrath. It might even be our best attack in general. Doesn't mean that we have to add it, but yeah. I mean, we can do it, it's not. So the potion is basically not making our deck stronger, but Wallop does make our deck stronger. I guess. Yeah, weakness potion seems good here. Or what can we block? Tantrum is must, right? So Tantrum and then we block 15. What? Why reluctant? What do you mean? We talked about it, right? What the fuck? I mean, if you don't... Also, I do not think that is 90 gold. Yeah. Also, what I'm saying is, I wouldn't spend 90 gold on it if you don't... If you say that we don't need it this act. And honestly, I'm not so sure whether we need it. I'm really not sure whether we need it. But yeah. Okay, where I'm coming from is once we pick 2 or 3 bigger cards, the Wallop is not that amazing any longer. And definitely not 90 gold amazing. I mean, it's somewhat clear, right? I mean, the better our deck becomes, the less delta the Wallop is. And the less delta the Wallop is, the less it becomes worse than 90. So we are currently having a 60 HP and potion, with the option to find more potions. And the question is, do we lose 60 HP? And I was thinking, probably not, but probably not. So it's very close. It's very, very close. I think the reason why I did it is because we will find enough gold and there's no shop whatsoever. That's probably it. Weakness potion seems legit here. Absolutely. What weakness potion always blocks 12 in this fight? It might not even block more than 6, but depending on whether we can kill now, for example. That's even... what? So... 45? Plus 24. 45 plus 17. 62. Vault? Yeah, I think we vault. Yeah. Hey, Cappuccino, I'm great. Yeah. What eruption then, Vault? No. No, then we lose 3 energy. Um, 14. And 6. 20 block against 36. Sad. Wall of defense? Yeah. And this is kill. We won. What blasphemy would have ended here? Blasphemy still ends. What do you mean? Lantern wants flower on 1. Yeah, no, we have Snacko. With Snacko you always want it on 2. Yeah, third eye Snacko I like. Snacko with 7 cards, yeah, also expensive one. It's green. Yeah, I wouldn't take it if it wouldn't be green. Or isn't third eye Snacko weird? No. Try show Snacko cost. No, Scry doesn't show Snecko cost, but you can just ditch the garbage. Like Frozen Eye is weird. Huh? Yeah, no, because Frozen Eye just shows you that you will draw garbage. And Scry means you can look at the garbage and then say, I don't want the garbage. Yeah, like here, for example. What is this anyways? Like this, maybe? Maybe not the Tantrum. We have a guaranteed draw if we do this. I mean, that's the other thing. We can also guarantee draws. We can go Eruption Vault. I think I like that. Yeah, the other option is to just vault. But yeah, no, let's play the Eruption as well. And depending on how the payout is, I probably want to do this. Yeah, yeah. There are some cases where we cannot do this in Eruption. So height is 14, which means we take 4. Yeah, I think we conclude instead. Ah, was it lethal? Yeah. No need for lethal, guys. I don't even know whether it was lethal. Probably it was. I don't know. Whatever. Bye bye, sucker. Well, the rush storm was more than 12 damage. Yeah, probably. Meal ticket. Bottled miracle. At this point, I'm not, you know. Whenever a fight is solved, I don't care. Obviously, right? I mean, they are just both 100% winning. I don't think there was anything which can not win this. Devotion. Devotion is possible. Devotion is probably not good though. Yeah, we like it with Snecko, but we don't like it with Blasphemy. And what about the late game value? I mean, late game value it does have. But you don't see how that card is any good here. Yeah, me neither. But it does need to be good now. I mean, we already invested into now. I think I'll take it. We also have Vault. Yeah. It will become upgraded at some point, and Devotion gives you like 1 energy and damage every turn, which is pretty amazing. Like, it pays itself after 2 turns. I understand you're not in Divinity after 2 turns, but it's a good card. It carries a lot of value. And what is the upgrade? Upgrade, we need Wallop. Because of this Neko, we decrease our upgrade that. I'm not even sure about Blasphemy. I think Blasphemy is also not that great with Devotion. So we also have upgrade that. We don't have upgrade that. And if you get Omniscious, it also becomes good. Yeah. What, the Worship? Yeah, exactly. And then Devotion is good if you take Worship. I think it's very good. Vigilance Third Eye? Or... Oh, but if you played Eruption first. Yeah. Yeah, there was the thing with the flower. Whatever. What Don John says, you okay? Coach, you seem distracted suddenly. No, I was just reading the chat. Basically what Rizzle says. Yeah, and I also agree with that. It's basically you cannot upgrade the... I mean, first of all, it seems interesting with the Worship, because Worship is of course a Snecko card being 2 energy, and Devotion doesn't look like a Snecko card at first glance because it has 1 energy. But I agree with Rizzle that it's just numerically incorrect. Like, the Devotion, you go get 5 mantra every 2+ turns even, right? And on the Worship you gain 5. And that stems from the upgrade. Like, Devotion you cannot you can upgrade, and you will, and the worship you cannot. Number one. Number two, worship, you lose the draw. Every redraw you lose the draw, which is very bad, because if you go divinity then you want to have the cards. And number three, you also need to play worship every time. I mean, refund fine, but with Snecko, I mean, you need the energy. I mean, even the divinity doesn't play your hand. So, I'm not even sure that worship is better than devotion. I think for short fights, of course. I mean, but that's clear. Devotion is a power. But other than that, absolutely not. Yeah, otherwise, other than that, devotion is definitely better. Like, once the fight, any boss fights, any like hard fight. And also omniscience. I mean, there you can see it directly. Omniscience, the other thing is, yeah, devotion also makes worship better. We would still pick it. That's not my point. But also, omniscience, devotion gives you divinity every 2 turns, and omniscience, omniscience worship gives you 1-time divinity. Yeah. So, the first time you enter divinity worship is 100% better. Yeah, that would be some statement like, the first time you play blasphemy is better. Of course! Worship is like an immediate card, and this is a power card. And we pick this power for longer fights. I mean, is this like a brain... guys, es ist schon wieder ein bisschen... Yeah, getting a little bit trolled here. Also from the Snecko, by the way. It's a 2 energy. It's a 2 energy. Guys, it's fine. Yeah, we don't... Like... I just tell you how things are, you don't need to agree. It's like... I don't have any stake here to convince people of something. Okay. There's defend and there's devotion or rushdown. We could use we don't have high potion drop, and this is a fast fight. That being said, when do we want to actually want to use the power potion? In which fight? Like, they are all fast fights. So... let's just use it. Oh, we also gain life. Yeah, of course we have to use it. We have to use it. This? Devotion rushdown. No. Block rushdown. Okay, like it depends on... Devotion never procs that fight, yeah. It would have been about the redraw. About the redraw of it. But I think it's probably fine as is. Ja. Hey. Ich freue mich. Gut. Guys, I take a food break. Ten, 15 minutes. And oh, what's this? So see you afterwards. Mom. Okay. Oh yeah, right. What do you? I do so. I guess the question is, do we ever kill? 100? If we do not kill, we need some block though. I don't know. Then it could have been good, but we also have walls, so... Hey Merl, thanks so much for your raid, man. I hope your stream was successful and fun. What best we can include in the same deck that is risky? Why? Let's open next turn, right? For whatever reason I just said, what the hell? Hey, I really didn't sleep much. Oh my god. I don't know. Very weird. I was reading the chat and I thought I actually took damage. I don't know why. Like, maybe because something popped up. That was so... I don't know. Very weird. Okay. That also weird. Tantrum? Third eye tantrum. Reading chat causes psychic damage? Okay, that's funny. Yeah, blasphemy kills or something. I do like that scry. I really do like that scry. So that's lethal. Also always need to count the energy. Not that you just die, you know. Raw scales, more damage against the heart. Cut through fate is cry utility if you want that. Probably not. Inner peace? Probably not. I don't know. It's close. The run is going very nicely. Good morning, man. Why not? Draw is good and we have 2 Wrath. Yeah, we could also take it, it's close. Timbik says that we want to exit Wrath. Yeah. Inner piece is 0.5 energy on average. Yeah. And enter calm for 1 draw. Exactly. Or what? Or 2 draws for 1.5 energy. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, if it actually draws you 2 cards. Yeah, I mean, 2 cards for 1.5 energy is not even that great. That's what makes the difference. If this would be upgraded, would be of course, yeah, it would be much better. But the other one is like enter calm for like the energy and enter calm. It's not end if you. I mean, yeah, okay. It's first enter the and then you get the energy later. It is true, yeah. And that's good or bad? Oh, also it's not if you. Naja, good, okay. I mean, maybe that doesn't matter. Yeah, we can do it. We can take it. Is there nothing better? The utility is good if when we need some draw, calm and draw, yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, sure. And what you're saying is if we get it with this cry and there's vigilance in the pile, then very often we also just... We can also just cry it away and play vigilance or whatever. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Um... Oh, 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 was it lethal? Ah, whatever. I think it was lethal. Hmm. 12, 18, 54. Yeah, it was lethal. Ah. Yeah, I guess that happens if you don't pay attention. Ah. Yeah, we had Scry the Vault. We had Scry the Vault. Counterintuitive, but then we have Blasphemy. Blasphemy, Strike, Tantrum. We guarantee Tantrum Wallop. And because they both have low HP, we can then guarantee Wallop and Tantrum for kill. Ah! Damn. But now we cannot do that because, you know. So, what we can do, however, Rush down Tantrum, hope that Wallop is, Vault is cheap. There's also a draw Tantrum Wallop. If we draw Tantrum Wallop, then... Oh no, it was not. It was not. We could not. We could not. Yeah, it's like 8 energy, but this is costing 8? What? 8 energy. What? 3, 4, 7, 9? And no, we didn't have the energy. Never mind. So what? Yeah, okay. We have Rush on Tantrum, hope that Vault is cheap. What happens if Vault is not cheap? Then we just play the BAM. We could also block for 4. Which is totaling in 11, I don't think so. We could also BAM this. Should be better. I'll look for 18. Or was it kill again? Or what? No. Setting up the flower like this. Okay. We have Blasphemy Crush Joints if you want that. Upgrades go on Devotion before the night. Before the night we want Devotion. We cannot always play a skill before the Crush Joints though. Oh, by the way. Yeah. Okay. So, yes. crush joints. I think it's good, right? I mean, this is also the upgrade. Wallop is also upgrade. So I want to upgrade Wallop. Wallop, Devotion. Crush joints. Crush joints. We have Miracle Crush joints. Hey Ify, what's up, man? Good morning. So, ja, Crush joints halt, ne? Ah! Ha 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 ha! Joke is on you, Snacko. Ah! Ha ha! Fool. We have the other eye. That's right. And the third eye. We even have the freaking third eye. Pellets above, below normal value. Above. I mean, if you cancel out, it depends on your deck, of course. But generally above. Because if you have the pellets, I mean, first of all, you can even choose to debuff or not. But second of all, I mean, let's say you debuff, you unshackle, then you basically have 2 extra card draw per turn. Which is probably as much as 2 energy into the late game. Very similar. So it's really amazing. Yeah. Vigilance, Blasphemy, kill. I'm always so afraid to make a mistake there. Vehicle is very good. Ha! Small slavers. Fools. Oh, Horncleat is nice. I like Horncleat. Empty Body Plus. That could be our exit. I mean, being upgraded and such. Won't get much better than that, I guess. The exit is actually quite powerful. It's one of the best exits. And I mean, there are 3 exits and it's in the middle basically. But block doesn't really fall off later and it comes upgraded. I'll take that. But it's a little weird with so much sustain. No, even in the late game. I mean, empty body is just... I mean... You block some and you deal some damage. And this is covering the block. Blocking cards usually do not block that much. Watcher not having impervious, for example. How much is that? 52 and 30. Right? So 82. So now we have Devotion, Wallop and V-Kick. We want to upgrade at some point. I mean, we keep the Vault for turns where we actually need it. I mean, we kind of knew that this card is there. But maybe not bad, because we want to draw the block. I guess. 14. How rude. Wait, do we have 3 energy or what? Oh my god. What 6 damage for 1 energy? What do you mean? What? I mean, the night still is full anyway, so we don't need to hurry, but what was it? I'm also a little bit sleepy. Oh. Okay, so let's block in. How do we block in? With this and this. The Vault is better later. We strike and disabled Art of War. Oh, you're saying the 6th there? Yeah, no, I didn't pay attention. You're right. Yeah, Divinity. From time to time, Divinity. Wait, he attacks again? What the hell? I mean, he did not even 1 metallicize or 1 strengthen up. I mean, what are the odds? Wheel first? Yeah, I want the wheel first. We might be able to block in if we do this. It's crazy, right? That he never buffed strength or metallicize. Usually he goes metallicize very often. The hand is quite expensive. We are also weakened. So Vigilance, Crush Joint. So we take 21. Excuse me? He attacks again? What? What? So he never metallicized and he never buffed strength. This is so weird. The Blasphemy Vault suggestions. I always get triggered by that. I hate low effort. I hate low effort so much. I'm always fantasizing whether people actually think they are clever and making a very unique joke there. Like, oh, look at this. This card kills you next turn. This card ends your turn. So you basically die next turn. Comedy masterminds. Okay. But not trash talking anybody. It's really not being meant in a mean way. It's just I've always like think, hey, there are also jokes you cannot do, you know. Sometimes it's a skill not to do a joke. Okay. What is happening here? And why does the knight constantly attacking us every turn? It's a joke which is only funny the first 100 times you see it. True that. Okay. So, Sneko is also a little bit mean at the moment, so there's that probably. It's a globbing knight. It's crazy. I don't know what's happening here. I have this golden sword. Look at me. Hey, this sucker. How much block do we have? 8. Yeah, we are also always vulnerable and frail. Hey, this is schon sick, man. What? Foxen says the same joke 100 times. Now I know how JJ feels. Yeah, but JJ gets freaking paid for that. That's the difference. So, Vault. Okay. Do we Vault or not? I guess we do. I mean, better would be to Vault later if we actually... But I think I Vault now because we are currently not blocked in. Vault or die? No, we could also block, but... I agree with you. It's not clean. Or it's not ideal. So... Might as well. Vault. Also unless our deck doesn't have block. Oh. Okay. Five damage missed? Why? Was the letter not on 1? Was the letter on 2? No, it was on 1, right? On 0? What did you play? Did you play any skill? No. No, we didn't play a skill, right? What were the 3 skills? Vault, inner, and calm. Inner. Oh, did I play inner? What? Vault, inner, calm. Empty body. Oh, empty body, inner peace. Yeah. Yeah. Through that. So... yeah, we wanted to block in, right? Art of War? Yeah, the Art of War. Is that currently the turn we could open? It's the one before he weakens us again, right? So next turn he weakens guaranteed. Weakens guaranteed. He weakens every 4 turns. So... No, it was... We did have enough energy anyways. Every 4 turns. So next he weakens us again. We could basically open next turn. Getting as many attack cards as possible. But I have the feeling that strikes are not exactly so impactful attack cards. So maybe... And this also... energy. Also yeah, this is more damage now. How much damage is that? 9 and 18. Ha! We are frail and vulnerable, and it just wears off. Frail, vulnerable, we do not care. Vigilance, Crush Joint, and go in. Is that correct or? Pretty good. Everything goes alright. Divinity. Weaken, frail, vulnerable, we don't care. Divinity. Pretty good. Deus Ex's setup. Yeah, setup we could, but I think he currently walks through the Spire. So Alpha is pretty good. But with all the Divinity, I doubt that we want it. Alpha Snecko does work. Deus is good with Snecko? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, very good, right? Very, very good. Oh. I can tell you what's not so good with Snecko. Holy water. Pandora's box. We can take a look at the box for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, like 450 gold value. Maybe. And their Fusion Hammer energy with Snecko is great. We still don't have the key from the rest side, obviously not. We said something about upgrade V-Kick is nice. Upgrade Wallop is nice. But fortunately we already did the upgrade Devotion. We said we don't really have upgrade that. So I think it's good, yeah. I mean, we already have the Burning Elite, which means free pathing. So most likely this is free energy. Which is very nice. I like free energy. What Deus is nice, but can't give up energy. Can't give up energy. I just take this over Pandora's. Ah, Pandora's is nice, you mean, probably, right? Yeah, Pandora's is also nice. That's true. But that being said, we also will have some removes. So... I mean, we are also removing strikes now, so... Ah, upgrading Dios. Okay. I'm not so sure. Because sometimes you overdraw with the Dios upgrade. If you have 2 retain cards, you already overdraw. So I don't even like it that much. There's only 1 energy. Do we have a plan for generating blocked in X4? You mean because against the knight we couldn't block for 20? I mean, there's like 35 HP in the ancient potion. And other than that, I think we will find something in the next act. I think Wallop in Divinity is one thing. Devotion and Wallop does block in already. We just didn't have that against the knight that much. But, I mean, we still have a full... And we also have more energy now, so we will also be able to play it. Retain. So we avoid the fires like the plague. So it sucks a bit to not have it upgraded. Yeah, I think the Wallop, sure. I mean... It would have been a decent upgrade. Should we just walk... yeah, it's here, right? Is the question mark farming a thing? Now let's see. Nice to have some energy. Do we swap out with Inner Peace or stay in Eruption? Probably swap out into Inner Peace. No, we stay in... Yeah, probably. Or with the void we also go direct into the dude. Nice. Unlikely to pick up cards with retrain, you say? Now what about that Protect Plus setup alert? Yeah, it's maybe... yeah, it's true. What does the Prostrate actually read if it's upgraded? It reads like 1 energy aroundish for 1.5 and a card. So we pay half an energy and a card. Half an energy for 4 block, and then we pay the card for being able to deal more damage in certain turns. It's probably better than break even. Marginal, but true. I need to like Nightbot, maybe I changed this at some point. So this is also There's Protect. I mean, I actually want to take Protect. What do you think about that card? We started early today. We started very early today. But good morning. So, Protect Plus. I mean, 2 energy and such. Snecko. There were some questions about how we block against the heart. The answer is right there. The Spire wants to tell us something if this card comes upgraded. This Neko doesn't want to play a lot of cards. I think it's good, right? We can deviate here. Maybe we get another shop. This cannot be a shop, but that's great because it's a chest. We can even remove here. Also the Well of Fortune. Shop chance 6, 9. 12, 15, another 15 here. And you guys like this anyways, right? Okay. You have the option to make to make a gold rain. Or not. I mean, it's pretty obvious what we are doing here. Spirit Shield Snecko. Spirit Shield is like the Snecko card. And we also already have Retain. We will have a full hand. That's freaking amazing, right? Okay. Spirit Shield, 2 energy, very expensive, hyper expensive block. The Spirit Shield is good in this deck. Yeah, it's so good, right? Like, block with a Snecko. Okay, guys. Do you also always celebrate if there are cards which are unpickable, but they are really extremely pickable in some cases? I celebrate that so much. In kind of a way, Spirit Shield is complete trash. But sometimes it completely shines. Like with Snecko, ultra expensive block, that big downside just disappears. And then you can suddenly have it. You love niche cards, the very same here. It just also creates and generates so much versatility. And also the feeling that you never have like useless cards, you know. I mean, there are some cards which are really like never pick, you know. Not for the Watcher. I mean, like for the other characters there are some. Not many, but some, you know. And yeah, it's sad. Yeah, Claw, for example. Yeah, I just don't like it, like, because whenever you see it, you know it's just like unpickable, and that sucks. And we have Snecko with a lot of cards. It's so cool. Clumsy. I doubt that we want it. Oh. He comes alone. Pretty good. Blasphemy? Wait, where are our attacks? You don't see them because they ain't here. Huh? What? That's weird. Artifact is HP. Full heal. Oh! What do my eyes see there? What do my eyes see there? We are members. We are in the freaking club. Useless shop though. Naja. Energy Snecko. It's not great, but we'll take it. And Sense of Time says Otti Jog. I think we can do the Molten Egg thing for sure. And Sense of Time is not bad. It's a Snecko card. And it does retain. I mean, about the we don't pick cards which retain. There are some. It's also very good with the Spirit Shield. No, Sense of Time is amazing. It's our biggest damage card. We take it. It deals 26 damage, and because of the retain, maybe at another 4. So that's like 30 right there. It might even be 32 because of Blasphemy. So that's like a 32 damage card. That's 5 times more than our strikes. It's more than this. It's more than this and this. It's definitely more than this. Yeah, I think it's very, very nice, yeah. Meat on the bone. 2,500 gold into 4 shops. 2,500 gold into 5 shops, man. Oh my god, man. Okay, sure. Yeah, this is schon pretty sick. Oh, Penip. Oh, Penip. Penip Wallop, another blocking solution. Also can set up Penip Sense of Time. Can set up Penip Sense of Time. Every time. Oh, Mummery is here. Yeah, Mummery is probably the one we don't take, right? I mean, elites are more value than... Yeah, fires are useless. So... Yeah, we cannot even get a curse. Unless we take a curse here, here, or here. I'm not even sure whether we... Yeah. What is this? Whenever you break an enemy's block. I mean, if you... I mean, we are... You know, we are swimming in it. I think I take that. Trash. The hand drill. We have 2 shops to go. You like to take both or what? We skip an elite for it. We skip elite and question mark. Yeah, shop is probably better. Whenever you break an enemy's block. Applies to Spire Shield, Spire Spear if we can get rid of the artifact. Which we currently cannot necessarily, but... And the heart doesn't have block. Yeah, maybe not. Applies to deck and Dono too. Yeah, but the problem is they also have artifact. It's really bad. Yeah, this is gold wasted. Yeah, true. That's why we don't do it. Because no stupid. We know stupid. Was nothing eigentlich. We just assume it gives us good. 4, 6, 7. Okay. That's good. And this is 14. Yeah, 2 damage for 1 energy. That was probably not a good trade. No, for 3 damage. For 3 damage. Is it lethal? 30 plus 57. Whereas the 57 are only 40. +30 plus 40 is 70. Ah, it does tick the penip as well. Yeah, it's true. Artifact strip not valid for our crush joints. Yeah, I am afraid that they might. Also, the point where we strip the artifact, we are probably in divinity, and then it doesn't matter, or something like this. Yeah, it's just not enough damage, or what? Are you kidding me? 30 and 40. Yeah, that doesn't look like enough damage. Yeah, I don't know, we just do it with the sense of time, right? I mean, we have protect, so... The bloke is angry! We didn't do anything wrong! Can we go... me? Or vault? You want to vault it? 4, 6, 8, 9. We could inner piece vault it. You want to rush down vault? Maybe. Is that better? Probably right. I don't know. I like peace better, yeah. Are there really good things we can draw or what? Spirit Shield. Yeah, Vault activates Art of Warriors. That is so chill here. We are chilling full. This increases the dude. Or we just do the protect. You like protect more? I do not mind it really. So this is lethal. Was it already lethal with only Sense of Time? I'm afraid yes, right. Penip? Sorry. Sorry, Penip. White Beast statue. It was? Yeah, that was that's what I thought. Shame on me. Nirvana? No, never mind. Oh! Cloak class. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Yeah, Sneko is nice to us. Snecko is very nice. White Force Break sees the combo. White Beast and the Toynithopter. We like. Yeah, there's no Spiker. No Spiker is always very good. Oh, I love the sense of time. I love our deck so much, but that's not like a rare occurrence. I don't know. Like it just, I mean, it just feels so beautiful, you know. And not because it's that strong. It's just because you can feel very clever doing things which are suddenly extremely strong, which are not obvious, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe for some it's obvious, but it's not like obvious, right? So I find that very cool. Really a good field slate Spire. Artifact Potion is 37 HP. Liquid Memories is probably not 37 HP. Yeah, I also think it's that great against the heart. Same. That's a Snecko card. Not. It's a bait Snecko. Rushdown, Bolt. Devotion. Dance of Time. Really. So we just stay in Eruption and take it from there, yeah? Until we go Divinity, then we do Divinity. We could have also Blasphemy. Not that it changes anything. The still Chaos has to be bad. I wonder whether it's better. No, never. Wave of the Hand. What is still chaos is blasphemy 100%. Yeah, the problem is it's not only blasphemy, it's also conclude and it's also vault. So it's kind of ugly. Swivel though. Yeah, swivel is cool, but wave, no interest, yeah? Weakness. Weakness against hard is pretty sick. And Wave of the End is a late game card. I have good news for you guys. We are in the late game. I also need to point out the absolute massive insane combo right there. Not upgraded, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We are late game, we play cards, we play Wave of the Hand that inflicts like 3-4 weakness. I absolutely take this. This is not close, right? I mean, the wave is like 3-4 weakness, which is massive. It's guaranteed 1. It's also artifact strip, putting that aside, but even if not, I mean, we have guaranteed +1 weakness from the cloak class. So you're walking into the shop. Yeah, I guess so. Because the shop just gives us a lot of stuff. So we eruption, V-kick. Halt. Where is our damage? What the hell? Extremely important factor. Yeah. 36. Hmm. 36 still. Ja, also is enough 36, right? Blasphemy. Enough, yeah. Oh, actually, we also have conclude. Yeah, cut through Fate Plus does make the cut. Also specifically with Blasphemy. And also specifically with Divinity. Timex says I can never get over the Monka feeling when it comes to Blasphemy. Yeah, I'm also feeling like an inequality of agency there. Because the thing is, if I think it's enough, now look, if the chat thinks it's enough, they can just say it's enough. And if they are wrong, nothing happens. Now, well, if I think it's enough, but it's not, then I lose like a week of runs. I mean, which is also not bad, because then I can play more Watcher, but ultimately, it's not ideal. Okay, so, yeah. Pellets, fasting potion. Okay. Yeah. Thinking of which was pretty good, right? Pellets, Neko. Potion Belt, White Beast. Nunchuck, Watcher. Fasting Pellets. Talk to the hand, you say is positive? You mean 444? 4-4? Pretty good. Remove? Remove what? Defend. I mean, attackers, Panip, Nunchuck. Wait, how many skills do we even have? It's not even that clear. How many skills? Yeah, we have enough skills, Strike doesn't make sense, we are way too often Divinity for it. Defend is oddly Smoothstone and Crush. But don't we have like a lot of skills? I think so. Do we not even have more skills than attacks? I think that's the case. Also, you see block 60 to replace the defend. 60? Oh no, it's not how it works, unfortunately. It doesn't increase, dexterity doesn't increase each. But there might be something about this that with 4 dexterity, defend is blocking 7. After ping. No, it's not because we are frail. What Shackles? Shackles with a Snecko? I'm not so sure about that. Maybe. Potions? Yeah, I mean Divinity Potion, or what do you have in mind? Doesn't Wave of the Hand get worse removing a defend? Yeah, a little. No, we have talked to the hand now. Yeah. What Shackles is? Oh, yeah, right. Shackles. Timmick makes a point. Yeah, we have the pellets now. Forgot about that. I forgot about the little fact. The potion, we should definitely maybe purchase a potion. Divinity, since it's not much more. Did you really spend all our fortune? Ah! Oh, the Omni was also in the shop! What the hell? Okay, guys. Also, this is ja nearly a complete unique run. Also, the 1000 gold you can maybe take in like, I don't know, in 1 out of 4. Okay, first of all, you get the event only in 1 out of 4 times. 1 in 4 runs you have that event. Maybe half of runs, 1/3, whatever. Not very often. Then you can take the 1000 gold only in 1 of 4 cases. So very rarely. Then we go into the next shop that has a membership card in it. Now usually you cannot spend the 2700 gold. 1 question mark is a shop, and the next shop is like full of fortune. We actually spend all our money in 1 shop. It's crazy, you know. I mean, we spend 1000, also we spend an equivalent of 1300 gold in 1 shop. That's a feat usually only my wife can accomplish. Okay. So, yeah, we did say this before. Okay. No, but serious talk here. Okay. So, what did we purchase in the shop? We bought the Omniscience, which is like perfect with the Snecko. Perfect. Snecko talk to the hand. Snecko the Omni, Devotion. We bought Fasting with the Pellets. Pellets Snecko now, talk to the hand. It is wild, guys. It is freaking wild. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do what? The downside is that you get 2 very bad curses. But it doesn't matter if you can remove them soon. Okay, so what is about Blasphemy here? This is 78. So this would be 45 and we need to gamble on that? What, Omni Fasting? Oh, we can play Omni Fasting. Oh my freaking god, that's also so freaking crazy. Yeah, that's actually insane. So 78 plus 45 is not 147, right? Okay. Okay. Oh. So pellets it is. We might also want to test it out. Like what happens if you do it. So what, this is the power. No, we just state the power. Eh? So we play the attack now. How does that work? And now everything costs normal again. Huh. Okay. Who says we don't have upgrade option? Oh! What is better than a weak kick, guys? This is the question. What is better than a weak? Okay. Yes, a weak kick plus. That's right. That is freaking correct. Huh. Dash of Ashes. I don't know why, but this run feels like cheating. Somehow it's a very mighty, powerful run. Where is it? Ha. I'm so hungry! I'm so hungry! I'm fasting all the time! A wiki? Devotion? This deck went from interesting to broken really quick. Yeah. That's pretty much the summary, yeah. It's true. Do we need this even? No, we don't need this, right? I lost also a little bit the overview. Maybe just. I mean, we take a little bit of damage if we don't play the Spirit Shield, but that's for energy. So whatever. Yeah, our cards cost normal again. $52 damage, talk to the hand. Das eigentlich. Oh, we draw 7 cards per turn without a downside now. Yeah, also pretty good. What's fasting? No, we cannot upgrade. We have the Fusion Hammer. But I'm pretty certain we will also manage without. Whoo! 34 block. No. Time Eater. This hand is somewhat expensive. Damage we take in this fight doesn't matter. So fasting is a power, but then we would need 1 attack. Which we have. Divinity is energy we need. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Eruption, Wallop, Empty. These are all good cards. But how much I like them? I like all characters. Huh? Silent probably currently the least, but it always changes. But I love the Watcher. So much I can tell you. 3-6 cards. Okay. So Inner Peace, Crush, Eruption, Wallop, Exit. Oh, 9 already. Potion considered a card for this boss? What do you mean? No, we don't. We heal full in the next act. So... Oh, what did you mean? Sorry? Oh, a card, a potion, sorry. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not considered a card. Yeah. Rush it down, man! What? This one. Exactly. I mean, we could also just vault it, honestly. Oh, we are in Divinity. It looks pretty good. No hand drill. Yeah, we don't have the hand drill. But for that we have enough money into the shop. Okay. Boss Act 1 was Slime Boss. Medikit, guys. Yeah, I'll take that. Wait, Strike Dummy. That's super. That's more than 2 attack upgrades. We could also just take the attack upgrades though. No, we cannot. Then we cannot buy something. Yeah, Strike Dummy or what? What duplication potion? You mean over this garbage? Yeah, I can sympathize with that. I heard duplication Omni is pretty sick. What? Master of Strategy? Yeah, Master of Strategy is actually... I don't know, I mean with the Snecko. And do you really need it? Like, it's an average 0.07 energy. It's still good, I guess. Oh, there's also Sands of Time. I mean... Yeah, or remove. I mean, do we still have defense? 1. More Sands of Time actually does make sense. We have pellets now. We actually do have pellets now. Yeah, it's true. Ambrosia looks so delicious. Yeah, it's also the honey of the gods. Of course it's freaking delicious. What do you think? So, yeah, remove sounds the best probably, right? Yeah, probably. And what would you like to remove? We currently have like around 14 attacks. And we also always have skill. So probably defend again. But the artifact potion is useless now with the pellets. Oh yeah, that's actually also a good point. Yeah, the draw potion is better than the artifact potion now. Oh, how many powers do we have? Yeah, 3. I mean, useless. 3 powers, the hard shuffle is 5 times garbage. So... And we can also not really combine it, so I would probably just do the remove. Oh, remove conclude? Yeah, conclude is pretty garbage here, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, conclude is really bad. Five times garbage, but we have the medikit. Yeah, no, but it's about like whether we can guarantee a power the turn after the heart. I mean, it would be really bad if the heart would kill us. Isn't strike still worse? Probably. Because of the art of war as well. I'm not sure. Because of the end turn effects. No. At least AoE for the Spire Shield, Spire Spear. Yeah. And we wanted to remove defend, right? Anyways. Or do we want defend for block? I mean, defend is more block than strike is. And I feel we already have enough damage. Or do we? Slime still costs energy. I think we remove defense still. Damage with Farting Tantrum? No. I think it's about the Spire Shield, Spire Spear. And where Strike just performs better. But if you say Spire Shield, Spire Spear is no concern, and maybe it's no concern because we can use Divinity there. Yeah, I like the Strike remove. Oh wait, we actually have gold. Yeah, then I ditch the artifact. If we can use the draw potion and we get the power we cancel out. I don't know. I mean, it's 37. The artifact is blocking 37 unless we really draw that power. And how often do we draw the power? Every 10 cards is a power, 50%. So in 50% of the cases, the artifact is doing nothing, right? Yeah, and the other half it saves us 37. So in average it's like 18. And the draw potion is also 18. Omni is also power. Convinced. So keep in mind we can easily do the divinity here. Because we will find a potion for sure. So does the divinity do anything here? 78 as a base is 38. 38 plus 6 plus 7 or what? 4, 5? 5, 8. 13, 25, 51. So 36 need 21. Oh wait, we currently take damage from this stupid thing. Oh no, sucker. Yeah, 5 HP is fine. That's perfect potion. Okay. So do we have anything to set up? Planet nunchucks are set up. Vault? Yeah, I take that. What about the meditate? Meditate is also okay, but not better than vault, right? Anchor even plays here. The anchor plays. That was insane as well. Yeah, it's more insane with the Snecko, but because Snecko gets debuffed, I think it's good. But it's not a vault. So, what do we have here? Tantrum. Weak kick. Oh, do we use a potion? No, not these. It's unfortunately not a card which says Vault on it, yeah. Pretty much accurate. Inner Peace. Yeah, we can also Inner Peace Tantrum actually is better, right? Cut. Okay. So what? Duplicate what? Duplicate talk or what? Duplicate the talk? I thought we duplicate Omni. For the juicy double devotion. Also duplication Omni is. Yeah, has to be more. Sense of Time Vigilance? Three miracles! Did you already cancel out the garbage, by the way? No, not yet. But soon, executive. Wow, hahaha. We got the dude, the 14. So crush on? Just because we can. Wound. Wallop we can play, but it's stupid, right? No, actually we can do that. I like it. What? Have to wall to cancel? Cancel what? The Snecko? And the cancel, right? Yeah, I like that. Oh no, so cancel, aha. You're saying if you do this, we cancel out already. And then we can now use the Wallop. We can use one energy to do what? 13 damage. Yeah, let's not do that. And now we can use the duplication potion on the Omni. Huh? I mean, we can even duplicate the wave of the hand, then it disappears. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But empty body first? Yeah. No, I mean the empty body is more block, right? Or do we want to vault it anyways? Yeah, we probably vaulted anyways. No, you're right. Oh no, but yeah. So what's the turn? I mean, the heart attacks us for lousy 30. I mean, we could just block this in. But then our next turn is garbage, right? Yeah. It's better to block in this turn. Wait, is it the first attack from the heart? Ha! Ha! Loser. Okay. You know, we just empty body afterwards. Yeah, also weakness. Weakness will also be low. So. So good. Weakness forever. But block potion as well. No, we have full block. Or Tantrum for 2. Traitor. Traitor Mox. Ha! Spirited away. Oh, for the big damage. Yeah, that's right. No. Yeah, that's right. Like, we basically have it extra for later. It's true. So... Oh, the shackles will never do anything. Because there's no wave, he cannot strip the artifact. Who would like to do the shackles to exhaust it? Okay, never mind. Stupid joke. So... Eruption Warlord? Possibility? Yeah. Shackles this turn seems very good. Yeah. Very good. Very nice, guys. No shame to let me run to my doom. This height. Inner peace. Like this. Pa. Not the right order, but I mean, okay. So what is this? Whatever. Next time we have shackled. But then we should have not kept the ball. Oh, we already fully blocked. Now he comes. Oh! What do I even want to do? I completely lost the overview again. Ah, Divinity next turn. That was the idea. Cool. Yeah, Divinity. The sands of time are dribbling in for 288 damage. Okay. Yeah, good. Not too shabby. 280, yeah, okay. The big sands. Oh, I have so much sand in my freaking eyes. Okay, I'm pretty good for the morning run. I have not slept a lot. I'm not even sure whether I will be online in the evening or the afternoon/evening. My daughter celebrates her birthday party in some kind of Ninja Warrior Parkour Children's World. And I'm planned for doing the entertainment for 25 very, very loud kids. That sounds sick. Yeah, it sounds like fun. Yeah, for the kids, yeah. For the kids it's a lot of fun. For the parents, have you ever been in such a world and looked at the parents? I did that in my video log, like 4 years ago or 5 years ago. And I mean, truth to be told, I actually had fun, but only because I used the child's child's amenities. Do you say that? Nah, like I just also used the small. Ja, die Rutsche halt, keine Ahnung. Like there are these, like everything is for children, so you need to make yourself a little bit smaller if you want to participate and want to partake. Which I just did. But most, the slides as well, yeah, the slides. Like as a parent, sometimes you get stuck in them. But it's a lot of fun regardless. But if you do not partake, then you see like a lot of sad faces. Very sad face. Okay. But yeah, so if I'm still alive after that, I might do another run in the evening. But that was a lot of fun. Oh, that run was really... Like, Spire runs are just so often so nice. I mean, you never know what to expect, but it's... like, in 80% of the times, it's just so much fun afterwards. Also feels like like, such satisfaction. Very, very nice. Guys, thanks so much for being here. The morning, the evening, whatever time it is at your place. And maybe see you after the party. Bye bye.